This is a
Something else.
Jam TV technical issue, not this one. I'll show you.
Jam
Oh, JT, I know.
Jim's. Yeah.
That's your book. Great.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you muted? I just was wondering.
I think it's-
I give up.
Oh, wait.
Well, I'll take.
Hello? 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 Oh, but now we have no audio. Oh, no, we do. Okay.
Are you ready?
All right, we can be live.
Good evening. Welcome to a regular meeting of the Norwich Selectboard. This is Wednesday, November 8th, 2023.
Recording in progress.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay.
Yes.
My name is Marcia Calloway. I'm currently serving as chair. I'm joined in alphabetical order by Mary Layton, vice chair, Pamela Smith, and Priscilla Vincent. Roger Arnold, I believe, will join us later by Zoom. We're also joined here at the table with Town Manager Brennan Duffy. This meeting is being held in the Tracy Hall Meeting Room and via Zoom with Jam broadcasting live on YouTube. The agenda and packet materials were distributed via the Norwich listserv, and they're also available on the town website under the Select Board tab. Again, Brennan monitors admission to our Zoom platform. Please display your full name for admission. As always, everyone should focus their remarks, speak clearly and loudly so that everyone can hear what is being said. Please refrain from sidebar conversations which can impair concentration and everyone's ability to hear what's going on. If audience members want to talk with one another, please feel free to go out to the lobby by the stairs to do so. Members of the public who are attending in person and are recognized by the chair to speak, please come to the table so that remote participants can hear and see you. For remote public questions or comments through Zoom, please raise your electronic hand to be recognized by the chair before speaking. For questions or comments through the telephone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute after being recognized by the chair. I will monitor the Zoom view to acknowledge participants who wish to speak, and we will reach everyone who wants to comment. Remember to direct all comments or questions to the chair, not to other people either on the board or in the audience. The order of speaking will generally be select board members, then members of the public attending in person, and then people participating remotely through Zoom. Consistent with our rules of procedure adopted in March 2023, the chair may suggest commenters conclude their remarks within 3 minutes. Public comments for items not on this agenda should be offered at 8 p.m. when we finish tonight's public budget agenda item. This prompts me to explain that tonight's agenda has a different order of process. We will begin with the preparatory budget work done by our town manager and finance department, for which we have allotted up to 1.5 hours. Thus, at 8 p.m., we will move into the rest of the agenda and we'll begin that portion with public comments for items not on the agenda. Thereafter, we will work through action items first so that we can accommodate the folks who are waiting to speak to an item requiring board action, then to correspondence, AP warrants, minutes, and finally to informational items. That brings us to the agenda. The town manager has sent the select board information about the resignation of our town assessor and the lister's intent to hire another assistant, in addition to having already hired Cheryl Lindbergh as a clerk to the listers. The new hire would be an additional person who would be known as the lister's office assistant, I believe. The town manager has been asked to sign a contract to hire this additional person. However, if this is time sensitive, it's not on the agenda tonight, but the question is, do we want to add this item to the agenda? And if so, I would suggest it becomes item number 8.1, lister's request to hire an identified person for a newly created position. do we have a motion to approve the agenda? If we can have that first, we can then talk about the amendment.
I move to approve the agenda.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second by Priscilla. Now, discussion? Priscilla.
I don't seem to have received your memo, Brendan.
You should have this probably late morning. I sent a forwarded thread that I had with Cheryl in the Lister's office that had the information about the request.
You find it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, maybe somebody could just resend it to me.
I'll
Somebody
send it.
forward it
I'll
to me.
I'll forward it to you.
I did receive it and I would like it to be on the agenda, at least as a preliminary. Motion.
I don't know that we need a motion for that, do we?
Well, we just need to
Just
approve the agenda as amended if we need to talk about it.
So, first of all, I'm sorry you haven't received it, but,
I'm sending it to.
okay. Do you have a sense yet? I mean, or do you want to read it first?
Well, my husband being a lister, I have some sense of what it's about.
So, yes or no, do you want it on the agenda?
I'm fine, okay.
Okay, and Pam?
I'm just wondering if it really is time sensitive. Do the listers need a decision tonight or can it wait till next week? I'd like to,
Well, I see Cheryl is on the call and Cheryl could probably answer that better because I'm not sure either. I wanted it to have the ability to come forth tonight, but it could also go into a future meeting.
right, so I'd like to hear from Cheryl if that's all right with everyone.
Cheryl Lindberg, would you like to speak to whether, or to the timeliness of this?
Hi, thank you. Yes, Cheryl Lindberg, Lister. We do have someone that is planning to come tomorrow to the office based on what we thought was a good plan to getting some work done in the office. So if there would be a discussion tonight, that would be timelier for us.
Okay, thank you.
All right, then I would be in favor of adding it to the agenda.
Okay. So then, Mary, would you be willing to amend your motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Yes, I would.
And Priscilla, would you be willing to?
Yes.
Yes. All in favor? Approved unanimously without Roger. So it's 4-1 missing. And let me just say right now for people who are watching and wondering, Ralph is not here at the moment. We'll be producing the minutes with assistance from Mary and I. Okay, the next thing is budget presentations. There are specific questions about the master financial plan and the capital budget, among other things. Tonight, we're getting an overview from our town manager and the finance director and the interim finance director, who have gone through the normal budget needs and are presenting a global overview so that we can begin to think about how we want to address the capital budget savings. As to other things, Brennan, would you like to make some additional comments?
I would be happy to. So yeah, this is kind of our first kickoff publicly of the budgeting process for fiscal year 25. We've actually been working on this with department heads internally for about a month and a half right now. And we have on the call or on the Zoom right now, Joyce Hasbrook, who we all know is our interim finance director and has been instrumental in creating, as she did last year, a very sophisticated spreadsheet with multiple workbooks that will help guide us through the budgeting process. And we also have with us tonight Barry Rosalinda, who is our permanent finance director. And Barry has been here for about 2 months or so, 2.5 maybe, I believe, and is getting her feet under her as far as the work in the office. Joyce has been able to spend some of her time doing some training to get her up to speed on all of the complexities that she will face. And the plan is at the end of the year here, at the end of December, Joyce will be leaving us, and Barry will then step into that role as kind of the sole finance director for the town. But as I said, Joyce's expertise in budgeting, creating spreadsheets, and really working through a pretty complex process have been very helpful to us. And I guess, Barry, would you like to just say a quick hello to folks? I don't know if you've been able to meet everyone yet, but this is our crew, virtual crew here.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you.
Hello, Barry.
Welcome.
Thank
We're
you.
very glad to meet you.
And Barry has been watching and working with Joyce and myself through this process as well. So we're hopeful that next year when we get to this time, it'll be kind of her as the finance director working through a lot of the process with the town manager. And with that, I might turn it over to Joyce, who is, as we know, been here with the town for about a year now and is got a pretty good handle on the finances and certainly the budgeting process at this point. So Joyce, I have made you a co-host. I think you will be able to hopefully share your screen with the group.
All right. I'm hoping that you can see my capital planning screen and you can hear me. Check, check.
We can.
Yes.
Joyce, before you start, let me just give one more little preface here. So as Marcia mentioned, what we're looking at today is not going to be a detailed dive into the capital assets and capital planning process. This is going to be more of an overview to get people familiar, if they are not already, with kind of what these capital asset pieces are that we're dealing with. We do have 5 other meetings scheduled around the budget. So we are looking, as we have seen in the calendar here, to touch on this kind of in broad brushstrokes tonight, then to look at the operational budget at our next meeting on the 15th, then to combine those two for a meeting on the 21st, where we would envision inviting in department heads to speak a little more specifically about some of their capital asset needs. And I think that'll be a good time, again, a couple of weeks out, for really the detailed questions that we may have about this. So tonight is really going to be kind of an overview of what capital planning is. Look back kind of historically of how Norwich has done this over the last 10 or 15 years, kind of our current status, where we find ourselves today as far as our assets and needs. And again, I just want to say that our department head group has met several times. We're asked to come up with kind of an initial plan. We're asked to come back and revise that and tighten that up a little bit based on our perceived needs to come in with a low budget, as low as we can. So that's kind of where we are right now. The operational side of things is pretty fixed as far as most of the increase that we'll see being mostly benefits related to salaries and then the normal COLA salary increases. So the other kind of half of this budgeting piece is going to be these capital asset, basically budgeting for these capital assets over the period of time that we're going to be talking about here. With that said, I will now turn it over to Joyce, who can lead us through the slide deck.
Okay. So, and just before I jump into the slides, I did a little bit of number crunching on the budget I'm working on getting ready to present for next week's meeting. Right now, our total budget increase stands at 15.84% without the monetary articles. If I take the capital allocations out of that 15%, then we are at a 6.55% increase. Of that 6.55% increase, the salary and benefit related increase stands at 6.41%. So that means our operating budget increase is flat for this year. So I think that the department heads have done a really good job kind of pulling that all together. But anyway, that's your preview for next week. For this week, I put this capital plan into the packet as a summary view of the capital plan, because as Brendan said, the department heads and Brendan and I have spent a lot of hours working at all the aspects that go into creating a capital plan. And this, because this presentation is mostly just data sets and facts. I'm not going to give a lot of opportunity for questions as I go through the presentation, but please write down your questions as I go through with the slide number so that as I get to the end, I can answer questions or get back to you to answer questions as we speak. I know which slide you're referring to. I'm not presenting the actual capital workbook tonight. I'm just taking summary data from that workbook in an effort to get the plan and the thoughts out there for you. The format that I use for the capital plan that I created is based on the capital plan that the town had back in 2009. It was a good, what I felt was a good summary plan that I went back and kind of revamped and updated to current assets and what we have for our needs. And then also in this plan, there are more slides that I've presented than what I will actually talk about tonight, because I trust that you guys can read the facts and the information that's there. If you have questions, you can certainly come back to me and I will try to answer those. And also just in an effort to keep the time down, I don't feel I need to read everything to you folks. And then some of the slides are actually just put in there to support the data sets for the charts and the graphs that I have used. So with that, we're going to jump right in and we're going to go to slide number 3 in the packet. And this was just kind of introducing, this is what I'm looking at as I'm looking at the total budgeting process for this year. So first I'm looking at what is a budget. A budget is a spending forecast drawn up to provide guidance to the governing body to meet the revenue and expenditure needs for the defined period of time. It's based on current period data that is known in projections and therefore cannot predict the actual expenditure costs. Because life happens, it is expected that the actual line item expenses will vary to some degree. And big point to remember is that a budget is an estimate of what we project the spending to be. Line items are expected to vary. And in fact, if actual spending matches the budget exactly, then this is a big red flag for audits because it's evidence that the books are being cooked. So we just have to understand that a budget is an estimate and a guidance to spending. Number 2, the basics of creating a budget consist of reviewing the historic actual expenses, which is what the town department heads have done with the town manager, forecasting the cost for the future period. And here again, the town department heads have all looked through and said, okay, what do I need for fiscal 25 based on the cost that I'm aware of right now? And then incorporating the savings plan for a long-term planning in projects, which is our capital planning that we're going to focus on tonight. Number 3, capital plan is essential to the sound budget since capital expenses are typically large expenses incurred at various frequency and based on the item's useful life. Therefore, these costs should be budgeted and set aside an annual monthly amount sufficient to meet the capital costs to be incurred at a future date. Capital plan should always be a living document because it's a snapshot as a moment in time. So what I've done in this plan tonight is I'm looking at a 10-year history and I'm trying to look at a 10-year forecast, bearing in mind that some of the capital assets have a life expectancy of up to 20 years for replacement. So my data sets are for 10 years, but the plan itself that we've created is actually looking forward for 20 years.
Excuse me, Marcia, excuse me for just a second. I received a text that Amy and trying to get in and they're not being let in the meeting. Is that?
Sorry,
Amy and Jan are trying to get in the meeting?
I have
Them waiting?
not seen them in the waiting room.
I see them on my screen. Do I need to
Okay.
stop sharing so you can let them in?
No,
No.
I can do it. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Also, I'm wondering, is she going to read every slide to us? Because,
Said she was not.
oh, good.
No, I am
Good.
not. But I am going to read these introduction ones because this is the heart of what we're going to talk about. So here, first bullet, we what we actually accomplished is we actually redesigned the fund report, which is what you now have presented in your quarterly financial packets. We actually went through and inventoried the capital assets that we have on site, and we have checked this with the audited list of financial assets so that we can arrive at what are our replaceable assets list. So this is something that needed to be done because the 22 audit was, we did not have an inventory list. So this has happened in the last year that we have done this with the help of the town department heads. We have identified the committed capital funds and their spending types. So people have been asking me, what are the funds called? All of these funds that are in the first group of your restriction fund report are called committed capital funds. And those committed capital funds are the only funds that we're going to be looking at tonight. So the only allocations we're going to talk about, all the data sets are for only those committed capital funds. At the end of, let's see, the second section, I'm just going to review the 10-year history of the capital funds. At the end of 2023, excuse me, fiscal 23, when we did our inventory, we had 125 active fixed assets on the schedule, and of those, 32 were infrastructure. Let's see, looking
Can you
at
give those numbers? Can you give those numbers one more time?
Sure. 125 active assets, and 32 of those 125 were infrastructure.
Thank you.
So in this presentation, we're doing a 10-year history, and that was kind of the policy that I know says we're looking at plans for 5 years, but in my opinion, that doesn't give us the data sets that we need because we have too many fixed assets that are in a replacement cycle that is past 5 years. So in order for us to look at a true history, we need to look back 10 years and look forward 10 years or 20 years in order to see where we are, where we have been, where we're going, and how to get what those assets are replaced. Looking at the framework that we used in the purchasing plan, there's basically 4 main components of the fixed asset plan that I have created. So I have the list of the fixed capital assets. I have a purchasing plan that says over the next 20 years, which asset from that list are we going to purchase in which year? And what is the expected cost for that purchase? The third part is the fund balance summary report. And that again is projected for 20 years. What are those balances going to be if we allocate X dollar amount and spend X dollar amount? And that's the fourth part, is the budget allocations. How do those budget allocations help us to get to where we need to go in order to purchase the equipment that we need on the schedule for replacement? So those are the pieces that we'll look at as we go through this a little bit. Analyzing the capital fund needs. This was a big part that the department heads did for us. That was a huge help in putting this together and forecasting for 20 years. The department heads were very diligent in working with Brennan and I on this, and I want to give them a huge public thank you for helping with this and to make this possible. I'd also like the select board to know that they are very fortunate to have a knowledgeable team of department heads working for them on this and watching for the costs that need to be incurred versus those that want to be incurred. So there was, in my view, a good evidence of them really looking for the best interests of the town. And then also, I would encourage you to all public, select board, whomever, to support and encourage those department heads in their jobs and just trust them to actually manage their departments. And then the last thing we're going to cover tonight is just I'm seeking direction for the next steps for planning of the capital pieces for the 25 budget, because as I get my presentations ready over the next few weeks, I want to incorporate your thoughts and actions and desires for capital assets and spend into that plan as soon as I can, because that will help us shorten the number of meetings in the end. Okay, so this is a section where I'm going to skip through some of these things. I want to just do some highlights on them. Number one, I want to define capital assets, and that is what you see on the screen. Significant pieces of property with a useful life that is longer than a year and not intended for sale in the regular course of business. Fixed assets are defined as assets that meet the thresholds established in the capital policy. And I gave you some examples. Well, why am I defining capital assets? Because we have 125 on the books. Well, the reason is because there are currently capital assets on the schedule that do not meet the capital thresholds. So this tells me that people have not understood the definition of what a capital asset is and should be going into that schedule. That being said, I'm not here to point any fingers. I'm not putting any blame anywhere. I'm just saying this is where we are. This is how we fix it. This is just how we move forward. So then we need to talk about, okay, this is what definition of a capital asset is. So what are these thresholds that I'm talking about that need to come out? And this is the tests that are set up for the thresholds. So thresholds are established by policy, and the town does have a policy that's on the next screen. I'm going to show you that. And that policy is used to determine whether the purchase is to be capitalized or not. Because not all purchases that are over a dollar amount threshold meet capital purchase thresholds. There must be a tangible asset involved to be considered a capital asset. So just contracted services are not a capital asset, even if it's over the threshold. And the other test is each item purchased must meet the thresholds, which are a minimum purchase per unit and the expected life in service. This is the capital fiction policy that the town has, and this was taken from page 17 of fiscal 22 audit. So you all have that before you, but this defines what our thresholds are, and this is what determines whether a purchase is a capital purchase or it is a non-capital purchase. This also defines what makes up buildings, vehicles, art, land, and infrastructure. Basically, land and art are, because they're not depreciated, they're basically going to go on a schedule, and we just hold them on the books at the value that we brought them in at. However, buildings, building improvements, vehicles, machinery, equipment, furniture, all of those are depreciated on the books over the useful life of those items. And you can see that the useful life for each of those groups is a range. This is something else that I was noticing on the schedule. The useful life on some of the assets in the current schedule is not reasonable, because we are on the books, we appreciate something that's used for 10 or 15 years, but the useful life is only 5 years. So we are depreciating 2 of the same item because the first one wasn't set correctly. So here again, we're looking to go forward and correct that so that we don't have to fix new mistakes. We're just fixing the old ones. And then I gave you some examples. I'm not going to read through these examples. If you have other questions certainly shoot them out to me or to Brendan so that we can answer those for you, or to Barry. So I'm going to skip that. Capital infrastructure. Here's your definition. Infrastructure refers to projects that help maintain or improve the town's assets. These improvements can refer to purchases, or additions, or improvements to buildings, roads, bridges, etc. They accrue over a period of several years to meet the full cost. And that means that as we are accruing those expenses before we start depreciating, what's called CIP, or Capital Infrastructure in Progress, CIP, that we book, and we have to include that in part of our audit. Currently, that's done out of Nemrick because Nemrick is not set up to do that, but I'm going to work with Barry to see if we can get that set up. So that we've got that in the system. We do have items that are currently infrastructure items that we're counting up the cost to reach that full cost, appreciating them. So we'll be working on that as we go through. This is the difference between capital assets and buildings and equipment. And then you'll see I've got a couple examples of infrastructure pieces as well. And again, if you've got questions on any of those, certainly you can bring that up later, and we can explain them. But the thing is, that needs tests.
Joyce?
Yeah.
If you can, I think if you're facing the screen more, there's a bit of a blowback echo when you're turned away a little bit.
Okay.
So it would be, if you can do that.
All right. I will try to do that. I'm not sure where the microphone is on my laptop here, but I'll
Okay.
see. I'll try.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, capital funds. So just like defining capital assets, I also want to give a definition of capital funds because capital funds are established according to GASB accounting standards and the voter approved purpose when they created those funds. So opinions should not play into what the purpose or the restriction of the capital fund is because it should be set in the standards. However, because we do not have a document here at the town, and we talked about this in the past, that says, here's the purpose of each fund, and that includes the capital funds, and we're just going by the name of the fund, that doesn't always lend itself to the true voter-approved purpose of the fund. So there are some gray areas in here, but and here again, you can read the purpose definition of, or not purpose, the definition of what capital funds are. This is the capital fund list, and this is a snapshot that's taken right from the quarterly report. So, and I just want to make a caveat here that when I looked at the history of these funds, the town has not historically used all of the funds, these capital project funds, only for capital purchases. So discussions will need to be made in conjunction with the creation of fund purpose report or document, whatever we're going to call that, as to whether or not capital purchases will come from these funds in addition to the non-capital purchases, as historically has been done. However, for this conversation tonight and in all of this presentation that we are doing, I am treating all of these as capital project funds because I'm using the audit definition and the purposes defined in the audit for the funds. So every one of these funds is listed in the current capital plan that I have, and that's why I'm including it here. So these are all committed capital project funds. If it is a different fund that is not a committed capital project fund, I am not addressing it at all in this conversation because this conversation is only talking about capital assets, capital planning, and capital funds. But when we get to budget next week, it will include all of them. All right, so now I want to spend our time on the nitty-gritty part of this because this is where all the data sets are, and I'm assuming where most of the questions are going to come. So we are on slide 18 for those of you who are keeping up on paper. And a picture is worth 1,000 words. So we're going to remember that the graphs and the charts are representative of the total allocations made only to the capital funds and the total capital fund balances. Analysis is not specific to any one fund, but rather uses the totals from that total capital group of funds. So, but I have included slides, 21 and 22 in this section, that show the chart of each individual fund and the actual ins and outs of each fund for history, so that you can see where the actual flows are going. And I know some of the department managers were very interested to see that because they were looking for their particular funds. But this presentation is the summary data for Select Board. So that's where all my presentations are for. So looking at the first summary chart, this one, we can see the blue line represents the prior year change. Actually, it's the slide, slide 19.
Are we looking at the same slide?
We can see an orange and a green line.
Green. Okay. Yep. Thank you. All right. So the green line, well, let me start with the orange line. The orange line is the actual allocations from the approved budgets and data sets pulled out of NEMRIC beginning in 2015. So that takes us back 10 years. And that's just the data, that's hard data sets that come out. So again, this is a total summary, so you can see how the allocations since 2015 have dipped down and not even returned to the point where we were in 2015. The green line on this represents a COLA increase. So if we had taken the 2015 allocation amounts and added the COLA to that each year going forward, that's what the green line represents. So had we used the 2015 allocation amount with a COLA increase, would have had an additional $2,046,099 in the total fund accounts. If we look just at fiscal 24, which is the year we're in now, the actual allocations were $482,000 for the capital funds. If we look at what the COLA increase would have been in 2014, we would have at $787,500. And so that you can see the details and the numbers by year on slide 21 for those of you who but you can see where the gap would be. Even if we had flatlined the green line, you can see we're still below where our spending was in 2015. The next slide is 10-year dollar change in the allocations. So what I did on this one is the blue line represents the allocation each year based on last year's allocation. So for instance, that total allocation for 2015 was $682,258. So that's this orange line right here. And then we look at 2016, the allocation was $560,122, or a decrease of $122,136. So you can see why 16 is lower than what 15 was. And so then that blue line continues through the same. It's always looking at the prior year. So you can see we had a big spike in 20 and 21 and 22, and we got back up to where we were. So we were kind of going up and down. The orange line is the change since 2015. And I think that this is the more telling one, because 2015 is our, like what I'm saying is my baseline, my base year. This shows the change in level funding from 2015. So in other words, if we had funded every year the same as we funded 2015, then we would have, we would see the change. So 2015, 16 was less than what we funded it for 2015. 2017 was up a little bit from what we did in 16, but it was still a decrease from 2015. So you can see here that we never got back to that 2015 amount that we were funding. So if I did a sum total of this, so I'm looking at this first sentence or second sentence in here, The total allocations of 2015 through 2024 was 4.776 million. And funding level, if we had funded at the 2015 rates, would have been 6.8 million. So if you want to look at it percentage wise, the allocation decreased 30% over this 10-year period. All right, and then these next slides are just the data set to make that up, so you can see the individual dollar amount each of the years. You can see the increase if we had increased for the COLA rates, and these COLA rates came from for the salary increases each of those years, so that would have been comparable to those salary rates. And then the next two slides are just all of the data sets. No, one slide in this section, and you can see that this is through 2024. Obviously, we don't have 25 funded yet. We're going to talk about that next week. So we can this will show your history by fund, and this is the allocation history and the changes. Oops, sorry about that. So that I want to talk a little bit about what we did to come up with the numbers for what we are presenting in the forward-looking capital plan. So I'm going to actually touch on most of the bullets that are in this building, the schedule slide. However, I want you guys to be looking at the next slide, because the next slide, this picture is a sample of one of the funds and all of the details that are in our capital plan. So this is just looking at the highway garage. So as I talk through the bullets on slide 24, number 1 says all capital funds were matched with the department manager. So here the fund is named, and then it's assigned to the Department of Public Works. So that means right now, Chris is the manager of the Department of Public Works. He is our manager of this fund, and he is the one that oversees all of the assets that would be expensed out of this fund. Next, we looked at each fixed asset on the schedule, and I actually put them into the fund that would be paying the money to buy or purchase whatever that item is. So in this way, the highway garage fund, it is a building, is the type of expenses. And these are the tag numbers that come out of our asset schedule and the descriptions that come out of our fixed asset schedule from NEMRIC to say these are the assets that are under that fund that need to be looked at for replacements, upgrades, improvements, whatever. There are times when because it's just a one-time thing, but we wanted to look at inclusively all of the fixed assets that are currently on the schedule, including the infrastructure. So when we have a fund that is tagged for infrastructure, i.e. paving, we look at all of the paving projects that are in that infrastructure fund and say, okay, when do we have to repave that section of the road to that nitty-gritty detail? The third bullet, the department managers reviewed each fixed asset line. Okay, so that's the one I just talked about. Oh, in my note, I have the projections are charted out for 20 years. This was the hard part for the managers because you're really looking into a future that we are really estimating costs. However, we do know what the expected life expectancy is for those current assets. Some of the assets are in need of help right now, like improvements at the town garage, which I know most of you have been down there and taken tours and whatever. So that's where these comments come from is, okay, what has the town for placement of this schedule? So in this schedule, or the capital plan, every asset now has manager comments saying what needs to happen. And it's more than just this little short blurb that you've got here. Many of these are big paragraphs that's summarized in this workbook. so that we've got all that data sets going forward. Next, we asked the town managers to research the current replacement costs for each item and put that in the year that they expect to replace. So in fiscal 25, in this example, Chris is expecting that he's going to have to spend $5,000 to do some work on the salt shed because it needs some repairs. So he's expecting $5,000 of repairs to get him through until he's going to have to do a bigger set of repairs in 2028 or 28 for $15,000. And then we're looking at expected cost of this. And so if we look at this blue line, which is the example I wanted to look at, because this one, Chris is estimating that the town garage is going to need probably $500,000 worth of improvements. So that's the second note on the top here. But we're thinking that we can spread those repairs over the next 4 years. So this is an estimate of what we're thinking. However, we do not have a quote on the work yet, so we are not sure that $500,000 is the accurate figure. But based on the information that we have right now, this is our best forecast for that. And then department manager were also asked to look at alternative funding streams. And this would be inclusive of grants, leases, donations, etc. So I'm just going to pop this sample up. This is under 17. And Bree has done, let me make that bigger. Bree has done a good job going out and looking for redoing the tennis courts. And so whatever your thought about that is, it doesn't really matter right now. I want to just use this for purposes of showing how this capital plan works.
Joyce, we're having a little hard time with the audio, and I think Marcia's right. It might be the direction you're speaking it's just not picking up. You must be looking at 2 screens, maybe?
I
Is it
am.
possible? Okay, yeah. That sounds better right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this example shows how we are looking at alternative funding streams. So here you can see we've got a line for allocations, we've got a line for donations, and we've got a line for grants. So in this instance, Bree was able to find a grant for $300,000 for fixing the tech. Yep.
We're not at the right screen with you.
Do you not see a snapshot?
We don't see
We're
Breeze.
still on the highway garage slide, Joyce, on the screen.
All right.
It's in the
I don't think it was, I'm not sure it's in the packet. It was just-
No, it's not in the packet. I just pulled it up today because I thought, oh, well, that'll be share a new screen. Let's see. How about this one? Now, can you see it?
No, yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Can't read it, but I can see it.
Is that big enough?
No.
No.
How about that?
It's good on my
Okay.
computer, but not.
It's tough
All
on
right.
the big screen to make much of it.
Okay. I don't know how to make it much bigger.
Right.
Is that
Just talk
helping
to
at
us.
all?
Just tell us about it.
Go ahead and talk us through it.
Okay,
Just-
so
question
what
is-
I'm trying to show here is Bree had gone out and she found a place where she could get a grant for $300,000. It was a 50-50 match. So that's where we put this in here. So I'm going to scroll over and you can see here that we have a total in this peachy cell of $300,000. So the grant will give $150,000, half of the $300,000. And then we would ask for $75,000 for appropriations. And then we would seek donations for $75,000 so that we would meet our match amount, partly by appropriations and partly by donations. Since Bree has found, I think, other grant options as well, but I thought that this was just a good example of looking for other funding streams so that we can help to keep the appropriation amounts down to keep that tax rate from going up too much. So all of the department managers looked at their groups of funds and did that same type of thing. Highway department, Chris did a lot of those because he gets the grants and aid and the Better Roads grants that come in consistently every year. Many of the other grants are not consistent, and it's kind of, you find them when you can find them and try to use them when you can find them. So that was kind of a hit or miss. But for the next couple of years, department heads did go through and look for grants and other funding streams as possible. All right, so now, if I don't know, if I close that screen, do you go back? Oh, no, my sharing is paused. Resume share. Oh dear. How do I go back to the other screen? Okay. Now are we back to the highway screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So on slide 24, I'm looking at bullet 6. Alternative funding streams were actually incorporated into the purchasing schedule. And so that's the section that's in here that I just showed you on the other one. Bullet number 7, department managers were asked to research the possibility of doing a rental or a lease for equipment in case that was a way that we could get the equipment that we needed now and when we didn't have the money in the fund. And so we had a couple of those that came up, and those will be presented next week as we do budget stuff. And then bullet 8 was the purchasing schedule in the yearly amount. So once the managers had all of their information as far as, you know, what they expected to purchase this for and what their life expectancy was for the item that is currently in the yard, that was put in here. And again, that projection goes out for 20 years for the replacement cycle. So a police cruiser that needs to get replaced every 5 years or every 7 years, even though it's currently being done at 10 years, is put into the schedule for every 5 or 7 years. It just as an example. So then back at this slide, ending fund balances were in there to project it. So this bright yellow line you can see is the projection of the fund balance. So what I did is for each fund, I took the allocation amount, pulled that over to a summary allocations, and then I took the fund balances by year and I could pull that over into the summary fund balances so I can see the estimated fund balances, which is what we're kind of looking for when we do budgeting, because we want to know what we're spending in any given year to know where our balance ends. So that's all incorporated into this one workbook at this point. Something else I need to point out, I have a typo in this last line here. This 166,027 should actually be the 27 figure negative 154,027.
Where's that?
Okay, follow that?
No,
No,
sorry.
The last line where it says garage, repairs needed at the garage show a fund shortage in 2027 of 166,027 at the current allocations. That
Okay.
should actually say 154,000 because that's the number that's in this, the negative number that's in the year 2027 column.
Got it.
So $12,000 off of the
Yeah.
actual number.
Right. It's because I updated the capital plan to match the budget, and I didn't change the copy in my screen. But anyway, the right number is 157 according to what the budget shows right now. So that's the overview of what we've done. And as I said, each fund and each asset currently on the books is listed in this capital plan down to the detail for 20 years of replacing the items, adding new items if the department manager feels that something new is needed. And so it's a very inclusive, comprehensive plan that's in there. So then we're going to look at analyzing the data for where we are. So here again, The graphs are in the couple slides that we're going to look at first. The first three slides, 27 through 29, refer to the charts on slides 30 and 32. So here again, I've got the data details for those of you who want to look at the individual funding for each fund, but I'm doing summary information on this. And just a forewarning, pay close attention to the date ranges presented here because they're merging the historic and the future data sets. So in this first one, we're looking at the capital fund balances. So, and this assumptions for this are on slide 31 of the 3 slides that have the charts on them. We are looking at 2022 through 2035 for this. And you can see that we have a big dip where our fund balances actually, according to this current spending allocation plan, actually dip into the negative. So expenses from some of the funds after 10 years have not even been booked in the fixed asset schedule just because it was discouraging, because why bother with the process because there's no funds in there. And until we have a projection or future look of what is the census of the town as far as what do they want to do for capital fund allocations, I didn't feel it was worth to push to go further than that. Replacement costs are expected to be higher in future years. We have tried to put in a 3 to 5% increase in some of the items on there. Some items have, the purchase price has gone up astronomically. Some have not gone up at all. Some we just don't know about. So it's just kind of an estimate for this. So then if we look at the next slide, this shows the capital allocations over the same period. So we're looking at 2022 through 2035. So again, assumes allocations in the future years have been close to level funded. And that's representative by pretty much a flat line across the top of this. But you can also see that 2025, there's a steep increase in the funding that we are proposing for the capital funds to try to get us back on track. And we'll talk more about that in a little bit. The allocations that are shown here are netted against donations or grants or leases when those are possible. So if we are going to fund a purchase by a grant money coming in or donations coming in, that's already been taken out of what we're looking for the allocations to be put in here. Then I want to put the two of them together. So if we put the two of those together, this is what we end up with. So here, the blue line is representing the total balance in the capital funds. And the orange line is representing the allocation projections that we currently have in the plan. And this is where we see it go. So you can see that the allocations are basically flatlined once we get through this year. But the fund balances do not keep up because the spending that is needed per the department heads is just not fundable during there. So that brings us to some notes that what this tells us. Current increases are variable, so we're only able to make estimates known on the data at this time, which I've already spoke about. But we are looking at unforeseen breakdowns and early replacements that are needed that may severely alter this forecast. The presentation does not include any infusions from the FY23 surplus. And these projections are this moment in time. So a capital plan must be updated every year in order to reflect the town's true position of where we are. And it's my recommendation that the town update their capital plan every year so that we can truly see how we're doing and where our fund balances are for a period of more than just 10 years, because not more than 5 years, because 5 years doesn't give us the full picture because we have so many assets that need to be replaced in a life cycle is longer than 5 years. So, all right, the next slides here again are the data sets that I use. So if you're wanting to look at individual funds, then you can see the data for those individual funds. And this, let me back up one screen. This is looking at 2022 through 2029. And so is this one. And this third one is looking at range projection. So this looks at 2025 and goes through 35. So this is a projection for the next 10 years of where those fund balances will be. So there's a 5-year view and a 10-year view on that part of it. Again, I don't want to spend time on that because this is summary. We're looking at overall stuff. And I want to get to this section because if I'm done at 8 o'clock, it doesn't give me much time to go through this. So where are we now? So this is data taken from department heads and our capital plans. I tried to summarize with Brennan takeaways from the department heads. And many of them have said that their capital funds are severely behind in accumulating the savings that are needed to make those capital purchases. So they are really struggling with having that gap, keeping their equipment moving and keeping it on the road. So the inability to have money earmarked for capital purchases has created scenarios of failing vehicles and deferred maintenance on buildings and transportation and infrastructure. And if you talk with the department heads, I'm sure that you will get an earful from some of them, at least, as far as where they are and how stressed they are because they can't keep their stuff going the way they need to have it going. And another thing that's kind of flowed into that stress from them is the repair and maintenance budget lines have not kept pace with the needs to keep the items in service without the regular replacements of those capital assets. So had we had increases in the repair and maintenance lines of the operating budget, we would have been able to do more of those replacements. But however, since we didn't have that, that leaves the department heads having to decide whether they're going to overspend their budget and have to account for that, or if they're just going to let the items sit in the field and not repair it because they don't have the money for it. So that's a hard slog. And then capital equipment breakdowns are at sometimes curtailing the work that needs to be complete. So it's just a hard situation. So my question is, or just food for thoughts, is equipment breakdowns and time down when they can't do their work because the equipment is out costs us money. So at what point does the lack of capital funding become a safety issue? Will a plow truck break down when plowing your road? Will the fire truck break down on the way to your house to put out a fire? What's the true cost for failing to not fund the capital assets as needed? And that I don't expect an answer. It's just something to think about because it all plays into what's the motive and what is the purpose and what is the driving factor in funding capital asset purchases and a capital plan. Then I have 2 slides that are kind of recommendations that I'm putting before you as select board to consider. These recommendations all play into the FY25 budget and or presentations that need to go into the town report for in March when we're going to present that. So the first question for you: what level of funding is the select board looking to present to the voters in the fiscal 25 budget? My recommendation would be to allocate the various funds in FY25 budget as noted in the capital purchase plan and presented in slide 31. The total for that would be $1,016,000. Again, think about it, talk about it, whatever. And then whatever that decision is, that's what I will put into the fund, the FY25 budget. What funding level is the select board looking to present in future budget years so we're not caught with a large shortfall again? And here my recommendation would be to allocate fiscal 25 funding total, plus every year put a COLA increase on that. And then the distribution would be determined according to the capital purchase plan under the direction of the town manager. So by that, I would mean, okay, if the select board says we're going to fund at $1 million plus COLA increase, then that means we're going to have $1 million, I don't know, we're going to say $1,035,000 for fiscal 26. So of that $1,035,000 in fiscal 26, what is the allocation for each of the capital funds according, and how does that meet the needs of the capital spending plan? So that would help us to drive and put in those forecasts for the allocations if we knew what the direction was for COLA or flat funding or just hunt and pack, whatever the forecast is what we need to figure out so that we can go back and we can update that capital plan to data sets that make sense. And then the third item is how would the select board like to address the 10-year shortfall in the budget applications? And that shortfall I'm referring to is what I showed in the earlier slides in this presentation tonight. That is based on the 2015 amounts and looking forward for that. Will we be looking to use some of the surplus money from 23 in this catch-up process, I guess is what I'm going to call it for. So again, the recommendation would be to put $500,000 of that surplus to be divided among the highway, the fire departments, and the police departments. Funds to be split because each of those departments has more than one fund. The department head would choose which of their funds needs their amount of money the most. And then were the department, these were the departments that would hit the hardest, and that's what the chart on the left shows. These were the total amounts of the decreases and then the percentages. And if we take $500,000, what amount goes to each department to be split? Now, as I said, if whatever we're going to do to this is going to have to go to the voters in some fashion or another. But bullets number 1 and number 3 on this page play directly into what we do to create the FY25 budget. Because if we're going to use some of the surplus money to spend or to buy down the tax rate for next year, then I need to calculate that in the 25 budget. So that's why I'm looking for some direction on that. And then the next slide is just kind of some cleanup for articles that I would like to have presented in the town report to have the voters vote on. The first one on there, the police station fund has money in it, but we don't have a police station fund. The police station is now called the public safety facility, and that's where the fire station and the police station both share their offices. So I'm recommending that we move the balance of the money that's in the police station fund into the public safety fund, public safety facility fund, excuse me. And then the next bullet, just to rename the fire station fund, because again, we don't have a fire station, but we do have a fire station apparatus bay. So just to rename and repurpose that fund so we can do the apparatus bay. The third one down, article to create a new fund, capital expenditures for culverts. This came through from Department of Public Works because there are so many culverts in the town that need replacing and fixing that it's clearer accounting and easier to track if we can have a fund for that separate from paving and or bridges, which are the other two capital funds that we have right now for infrastructure. So this would be an infrastructure fund. Revenue streams would be grants and allocations for that one. And then also a new capital fund for roadway and pedestrian safety for capital expenses such as guardrails, road signs, reflectors, etc., like that. And again, that would be a capital fund, but that would not be an infrastructure fund. And I believe the revenue streams for that would only be allocations. And then the last one that's here is Fund 16, which is the recreation fund for the dam or pool, whichever you want to call it. That still has a little bit of money in it. And I would just recommend that we just transfer all remaining funds in that fund to Fund 5, which is a recreation facility and improvement. funds. So again, those were articles that I'm looking to put forward. Wording can be whoever to work on that, but those would be the things that I would like to see kind of clean up as far as the funds go. And then the last screen here is just looking at the calendar as far as right now we don't have anything earmarked to be presented on the 29th. The 6th would be the draft presentation, but that could be the 29th. I don't know if this schedule works with what the select board is looking for and requesting. But it's keeping in mind that we have this 13th of December is the final budget presentation and adoption. So we can get everything compiled and into the town report in a timely manner, so we're not scrambling like we did last year. So, okay, I am going to turn it back over to Marcia or Brennan and let you take it from there.
Great. Okay, well, thank you very much, Joyce. I imagine we have some questions, and if you will stay on here, we'll see who gets to answer those. I see Pam Smith with her hand up.
Go ahead, Pam.
Yeah, a couple of questions. The breakdown that you have given, Joyce, on DPW as an example, will we see that kind of breakdown in each department budget as reserve fund requests are made by each department head?
Yes, because I'm going to use it when I do the budget presentation. It'll be the same workbook that we did last year. So in each department, you'll see allocations for capital funds that are colored one color and the non-capital funds are another color. But all of those questions and those allocation requests will be in that budget. Yes.
Okay. The other question I had was on slide 35, you talk about an infusion of $1,016,000 in the FY25 budget for the capital purchase plan. And then in the third bullet, you talk about $500,000 of the surplus. Is that $500,000 part of the $1,016,000 or is it in addition?
That depends on what the select board gives me directions for. So what I'm recommending is that we have a total amount of $1,016,000 in the budget for fiscal 25. But of that $1,016,000, if the select board wants to earmark $500,000 of the surplus to kind of buy down the taxes, that allocation amount is still $1,016,000, but part of it is coming from the surplus, part of it is coming from new taxes.
Okay, so it would be part of it then. So, yeah, you answered my question. Thank you.
Yes, because
it wouldn't be $1,500,000. It would be $1 million.
Yes.
I said it wouldn't be $1,500,000. It would be $1 million with $500,000 coming from the surplus to buy down the tax rate.
That would be bullet number 3. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, those were my questions. Thank you.
Right. Where does the renovation of Tracy Hall fall within this scheme? For instance, is it under the DPW capital because they deal with buildings, or is it left out, or what?
No, we actually have a fund for Tracy Hall, and that currently is not in the capital plan because we don't have an idea of what that cost is going to be. So, and Brennan, you can speak more to this, but we had determined that we would wait and put that in at a future date once we had a chance to get an assessment of what those costs would be. Because something I didn't talk about tonight, but another funding stream that is available for some types of capital purchases would be to put a bond out there. So, but again, without knowing what the dollar amounts are, it's hard to know what that funding stream looks like and what that projection would be.
Also thinking about our weather events, our Hemlock Road repairs, and the overtop culverts, which have large price tags. How does that fit into this plan?
We actually included that. Yeah, we actually included that in because FEMA is one of the funding streams that Chris put in for that stuff. So
Okay.
Chris did a lot of back work on that to kind of include that FEMA in there. But
Okay.
as you know, we have to pay part of it, they pay part of it, but yes, that's in there, and all the grants
That's
that we
in there.
get from the
Thank you.
state are in there.
Yep, thanks.
But to Mary's question, there's no funding for the emergency, like an unknown emergency event, because that is not an asset.
Well, right, it hasn't happened yet. Yes,
But in this plan, we're not budgeting for that. I
Right.
just want to be
that
clear.
makes sense.
So.
Right, because this is
I'm just-
capital assets.
Joyce, you may have already said this, but when do we get to see the entire capital workbook?
I guess it depends on when you guys want to see it, if you want to see it.
Yeah, I think what we're, just if I may, so I think what we're proposing is that would be the 21st. So we're gonna do another kind of overview of operational budgets that were put together. That's probably gonna be a little bit simpler to understand. And then we're going to combine those two, again, with some directives of where we want to be, and then have a chance at that point on the 21st to look at this kind of in a macro, here's everything with directives. And then have department heads able to come in and speak directly to, hey, this is why I'm looking for this capital plan. This is where my expenditures would be. This is why they're going to occur. So that's kind of the timing we're proposing.
Okay. And Priscilla, do you have a question? Just let it simmer.
Well, it's hard for me to look at stuff on screens. Is there any way I could get at some of it? I mean, and then when I print it, it's still like, is there any way to make it easier to look at?
Can you,
Magnifying glass.
I'm wondering if you can send the presentation to Priscilla. And that way she could put it on.
You want one screen on a page?
What do you want?
No, I mean,
So in the,
I can read the words part, but when we get into these, ones like, say, slide 31, summarizing the allocations, it's just such mouse type. It's like,
I think when we get the capital asset workbook,
It'll be bigger size?
better. You'll see.
well, we'll be able to move it, toggle it on the screen to make it bigger. I think in the packet, those were one per page, right? And you were still having a hard time.
They were
Yeah.
two per page.
One per page would have been easier to.
Well, how about this for the next run? We can print those in the packet as one per page.
That would be very
That'd be
helpful.
helpful. Okay,
Thank
we
you.
can certainly do that.
Okay,
And horizontal, give you more space.
yeah,
Oh.
that'd be great.
Okay,
I
and
can-
I
yeah.
think I see one hand so far. Cheryl Lindbergh, would you like to ask a question?
Yes, please. So a couple of things that come to mind. The ARPA money that was put into the FY24 budget, actual, is that the surplus that's being referred to as being allocated to capital or to reserve funds for future capital purchases? Because that money was being earmarked for the Tracy Hall renovation. It was anticipated that voters would have a chance to put that surplus from that into a reserve fund for Tracy Hall. So that's my first question.
I don't think that we had decided that it was definitely for Tracy Hall. So I'll let you answer the rest of that, Joyce.
So the surplus that I'm referring to is the surplus that is on the town books. And part of that surplus has been created by recognizing the revenue from the ARPA funds. And that is in the town's, now included in the town's surplus. So August, I reported the current year surplus was $1.2 million. I don't have the audit yet to know what the final numbers are, but I don't expect that that will change much from that. But that is not inclusive of the surplus that was on the books before fiscal 23. So I'm just talking about, we at the town have a surplus. We do not have any ARPA money anymore. We just have a surplus because the ARPA money, that tag has gone away when we recognize all that money as income and revenue in fiscal 23. So now we just have a budget surplus in the total of whatever that amount is, over $1.2 million. My guess is it's close to 1.8 if we look at all years inclusive. So that's what I'm referring to when I refer to budget surplus.
Okay.
It has to go to the town to determine what surplus money they are going to spend.
Okay, well, I hope we all get to revisit that, the select board revisits the wish of the people for how we would like to handle that ARPA money. That's my hope. Second question is, or second comment is, and
Cheryl,
perhaps,
before we move, Cheryl, I need to just clarify. The board made a decision to use the ARPA money to pay salaries, which we
Yep.
did. And that produced a surplus. So
Correct.
the surplus always has to be decided by people, and that will come to the town.
okay,
Correct.
great.
Next question?
Well, the next point I'd like to make is, I know in all of this that apparently the reappraisal reserve fund is not being considered in the numbers being presented tonight. And I was going to ask Joyce, why not? It is going to end up becoming an ongoing contribution needed and maybe of some substance. So I was just curious on that.
And it's not included because that is not a capital fund, because there is no tangible asset left after we spend all of that money. So that is a fund that I believe that I can work with Brennan to create non-capital fund expenses that we can kind of put another schedule together to say the non-capital funds, here's the ones that we have to save up for big costs. But it's not capital funds. I'm only talking about capital funds tonight.
Okay, I don't want to forget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've reached the 8 o'clock deadline. I'd say if any,
Just a question.
oh, one more question?
I do have a question.
Go ahead, Priscilla.
Or comment. My sense from reading this and from listening to Joyce is that we have been basically deferring a lot of payments we should have been making to have proper capital reserves. And if we're talking about having basically a shortfall right now, about $1 million, and it sounds as though we're going to need to have $1 million plus COLA going forward. That's like 20% of our current town budget, right? Do I have that right?
Joyce?
I don't have that. That's not a number I've calculated, Priscilla, but I can look at that, go through the budget. So
Well, I mean,
what percentage of the, I think your question was, what percentage of the total budget are the capital allocations? Is that the question?
well, we spend about, our town budget is roughly $5 million. Right? So $1 million, I don't know if that's going to be on top of the 5 or not all of it on top of it.
It's slide 31, Priscilla.
I don't mind this.
She's showing 1,016,000 in 2025 and 843,725 in 26. So it does come down. It's not, 3 or 4% on top of $1 million.
So in other words, the question is, can we expect that the budget, if we did this, would be higher by about $1 million?
Actually, it'd be higher by about $500,000 because you're already budgeting $500,000 for reserve funds.
I keep talking to people in town. I keep trying to talk to people in town about the budget and expressing the concern that I think all of us at this table have, that we know our taxes are already high. We know the school taxes are going to whop us starting next fiscal year. And it's feeling very difficult to hold down the municipal things as we're finding out things like this and other issues that, like, maybe we're not paying some of our town employees enough money. I'm just trying to hold both those ideas in my head at the same time, that we're kind of in a budget squeeze, and yet I think we're going to have to spend more money than anybody's going to want to swallow. And yet I don't know any way around that. And I'm trying to prepare everybody else for this rather difficult, very difficult idea.
And I think it's always difficult when you talk about saving money. Nobody ever wants to save money. And that's partly why we're in this situation. But if you have these things, and I mean, I guess that's the question. Do we want to have these things? If we do want to have them, then at some point we're going to have to pay for them. And do we save up over time, or do we just react as we've been doing?
Right. And my personal preference is, let's get on top of this. Let's not be in this situation. And maybe we've been it feels as though we've been, not that I was paying a lot of attention before I got on board, but it feels as though we've been neglecting this for a while. And I would like to get on top of things and really feel good about the stability of our town.
Final comment, Pam?
Yeah, to Priscilla's question about what impact it has on the budget, I think Joyce said that the current increases with these increases to the capital funds and the operating budget from the department heads, if it's up 15.8%, we would be going from 5.5 million to 6.4 million for the budget, or up almost $900,000 in 1 year.
Yeah.
And so that's what we're looking at. And so we're gonna have to look at these line items and these capital reserve fund requests and decide which ones we can grant this year and which ones we have to cut back or defer completely. We're gonna have to go through the budget,
Yeah, line by line.
line by line.
Well, actually, I think the way we've structured this, it's not necessarily going to have to be line by line, because we're talking about right now capital fund allocations. And I believe the departments, Joyce, do you want to talk to this? The departments are going to come in.
Yeah, I can talk to that a little bit because I have in front of me raw data from the budget that I have presented for or calculated for 25 that I'm working on getting presentation for next week. Fiscal 24 budget, just looking at the budget without capital allocations, was 5,070,126. If I look at the 25 budget as it stands right now, it's 5.4 million. So we're up $400,000. And if I look at percentages overall, the total budget increase as it stands now is 15.8, as you said. Without the capital allocations, the budget is up 6.5%. Of that 6.5%, 6.41 is made up of salary and benefits. And the biggest part of that group is actually an increase to the benefits. So that means we have basically, without considering the capital funds, we have pretty much a flat budget for this year. So if I just look at the capital allocations, increases the budget by 9%. And that increase would be equated to about 6 or 7 cents per 100 on the tax rate.
Right. And my comment, Marcia, was when looking at these things line by line, I meant the capital budget request, whether we can grant each one or if we need to make some kind of adjustment. Now, I think the operating budget, if it's only 6.5%, sounds pretty reasonable. That was within the range that was given. But when you look at increasing the capital fund request by over $500,000, I think it's our responsibility to look at those line items very carefully and decide each one individually.
And I think that the town manager said that the folks would be coming in to talk about why they think those are important.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the crux of Joyce's first bullet point on that slide there is, should we proceed? I think probably the answer is we should leave it where it is right now, with those being the requests that have been developed by the department heads, with, again, the understanding that they need to be as tight and as frugal as they can, because this is going to impact the taxes. But I think it probably makes sense to talk about this independently with each department and really get a handle on why they feel this is a dire need, and go from there as far as what we can afford to allocate.
Great. Thank you very much for all that work, and we look forward to the next meetings with you. And we're really pleased to have said hello to Barry tonight.
Yes.
So thank you very much for all of that.
Thanks, Joyce.
All right, thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
Good night. And
Bye,
you.
Barry.
All right. So the next thing up are our action, no, sorry, public comments. Always forget. Do we have any public comments from anyone?
Marcia didn't, Yanda didn't notify you that I requested the participation? No?
Are you Kyle?
No, Rick Morales with the
Rick.
SBA. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Brennan. So we do have a kind of a limit of a couple minutes.
You can stop me at any time. I just, anytime you can call me, you know, but I brought some information and some good information for the citizens.
Well, if you'd like to make a public comment, come on up.
I have some flyers here for you all.
Thank you. When you get back to the table,
I'll explain you everything.
yeah, I'd like you to start by giving your name
Okay.
and are you from Georgia?
Well, that's the address of the headquarters, but that's for management and leadership. So we work in the field, so we stay in hotels. I'm staying in Burlington, so that's for the leadership.
Okay, so our rules of engagement here are basically you can have 3 minutes to tell us whatever you want to tell us.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Rick Morales, a public affairs specialist with the SBA. You all know that we were joined with FEMA. We are a small business administration, but the Office of Disaster Assistance, why we are here, why we are still here on the field. Windsor is the second county with the most applications with FEMA and SBA. So the deadline for physical damages to apply with FEMA and SBA, it was October 31st, but we both federal agencies, we have the grace period, so the people can still apply for the things that happened on mid-July, from July 7 to July 21, the floods. So the people can still apply for that disaster, for that presidential declaration. So that's why we are still pushing the information. So that on the third page at the bottom, the ideal page is the 800 number. So that for the SBA, so the people can call there, so they can answer you the questions for the considerations. So that's a good way to go, that 800 number for the citizens. So to start the procedures. So
The deadline extension, what's the date?
well, from October 31st, 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks from October, but that's a grace period. Is that you know what that means? That sometimes you have to explain why you are applying late, but still the people can have hope to apply with FEMA and SBA.
So really, that's 1 week.
Yeah, 1 week left. Yeah, exactly. You are totally correct. Yeah. So right now, always I visit too, because all the towns in all the primary counties, Windsor is a primary county. Why? Because the people get discouraged with the SBA, and we don't want that. Some people didn't complete the procedures. Some people haven't applied with the SBA, and they need to comprehend that if FEMA denies you, and most of the time they refer the people to SBA, and if you complete the procedures with the SBA might refer you back to FEMA if you are denied by SBA too. At least the people can receive grants like ODA, other disaster assistance. It's not guaranteed that they are going to receive that from FEMA, but at least the people can have hope to receive something if they are denied by FEMA and SBA. That's more for homeowners and renters. Some people use these kind of programs that you all know that we are not grants, but some people use it instead of waiting for the payment or settlement from the insurance company. They might get the money faster and quicker and repeal. So that's why they use it, because we have the 1 year deferment with 0% interest rate fixed, no collateral, a lot of benefits. That's why the people apply with us, because this is a more affordable way to recover from a disaster for the people that can pay for hundreds of thousands they were totally flooded. They need like a long-term recovery. That's why we exist. We are not the best alternative for the citizens, but of course, for some people, we are the only one, the best option. We have approved more than 23 million on this present presidential declaration. So that's why we are here right now. I know that, well, it's more closer than in other counties. We have a DRC in Berry, in Washington County. You know that Berry, Berry and Montpelier in Washington County, that's the most affected county. So the people can go there and apply with FEMA and SBA at the DRC in Berry. we always recommend that to go in person, face to face, instead of applying online. But well, I understand the phone, that the phone is a good starting point for some people if they are far. But
TRC.
sorry for that. Disaster Recovery Center. So those are from FEMA, but we work there too. So if a person go there, they can apply for both federal agencies. It's no duplication of benefits. So that's very important to know. Right now, I told you those deadlines, but we have another deadline that is for economic damages. Economic damages, that's for the next year in April. The deadline that I said, that was for physical damages. That means for infrastructure, real estate, inventory, equipment, for homeowners, renters, nonprofits, and businesses. Why? Because we are a small business administration, but the people always get confused and they think that we only assist businesses, but we are the Office of Disaster Assistance, not regular SBA, and we help homeowners, renters, nonprofit, and businesses. We don't provide funds for government. We don't provide funds for public assistance. We are not like FEMA or USDA. I also brought the fact sheet of the USDA. Of course, they are bigger than us, like FEMA. They have funds for public assistance, for homeowners repairs, and for businesses repair related to the past floods of the mid-July. So I brought another alternative. I always recommend the people on times of disaster to apply with everything: Red Cross, Salvation Army, with FEMA, SBA, USDA. I also brought a flyer for SBDC, a Small Business Development Center. That's our research partner. We have business advisors. They work for the state and for the federal agency. They know about all this stuff. They know about business plans. They know about marketings. They give trainings. They know how to teach the people, specifically the farmers here, that I know a lot of farmers here in Vermont because it's a rural country area. And it's more, I know that each town is more about homeowners than businesses. We are not in New York. I understand that, but they are still a valuable point of contact for the citizens and constituents of Vermont, specifically for the businesses that were affected. They know everything about disasters, and they can help the businesses in all those kind of topics. They are a very good resource. And in the first item in that page, it's like in the page number 4 or 5 of the SBDC. In the first item is a website, sba.gov local assistance, that people can find on that website the closest center of the Small Business Development Center. So for all Vermont and for the other states, and we also have other resource partners for the veterans and for the women. But that's related to businesses. That's specifically is related to businesses. I know that I spoke too much. I'm not going to speak anymore.
Extremely well in this amount of time.
Okay.
The takeaway is call 800-659-29.
That's the best way to start and the best way to go right now, the 800 number. Yeah.
And thank you very much for coming. That was an enormous.
Chairman, and please, if my main purpose of me being here, if you can share that with the citizens through social media website, on the bulletin board, with your networking family, because you know that the people move from different towns and counties to live with their families. That's why we don't want that. We have the people to reveal quicker and faster. That's why we are pushing information. Yeah, I'm not going to talk anymore. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate it for the time opportunity.
Okay. Good luck, and thanks for all you're doing. All right.
Hold on one second. Cheryl Lindbergh, we're getting noises from you because you're unmuted right now. Remute. Thank you.
Oh, I was wondering who that was. Okay. Any other public comments? No. Good. Now, young man, I believe you are here.
Yes.
For purpose. So our item here, please come to the table. This is a committee appointment for the Recreational Council, the youth member. This was tabled from our previous meeting. And Mr. Forbush, would you like to add anything that you want to about your application for the Rec Council?
Well, yeah, I kind of grew up in Norwich and participated in in all of the activities that Norwich kind of puts on, the rec department. I was also a camp counselor for Norwich Rec the past 2 summers. And I just wanted to get involved in this because it seems like a good opportunity to kind of give back to the community as well as get more involved in the department.
Sounds perfect. Does anyone have any questions for this gentleman?
Thank you for volunteering.
Keep it up throughout your life, please. It's a good thing to start. Do we have a motion?
I move to appoint Charlie Forbush to the Recreation Council for a 3-year term ending on November 7th, 2026.
Do we have a second? Priscilla, thank you very much. All in favor? Unanimous? You are officially a member of the council. Thank you very much for coming and do some good work for us.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Take care.
Precisely.
Actually, just a point of information, has Roger not been able to join us remotely? He said he would.
I haven't seen him.
Okay.
We would have let him in had he been there.
I can't see all the participants on the screen, so I wasn't sure.
That's our job. Okay. Next, town clerk request to spend monies from the records restoration account. Ms. Town Clerk. You did. Well done. Please announce yourself.
Hi, Lily Tryman, Town Clerk. This is a request to expend some money in order to purchase 3 land records books and 2 shelves for the vault.
Thank you. I have maybe a dumb question, but this is records restoration, but these seem to be new books with paper, and which strikes me funny because paper usually goes in the book, and shelving. So
Fund 45 can pay for the restoration, digitization, storage, or preservation of the records. So the shelving is part of what can be paid for. And the books that we bought are what we print the land records into. So that's all the mortgages, deeds, and everything else that we keep in the vault.
okay, so that's preservation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. And the books, aren't they bound anymore?
They are. They're sort of like big binders. I can grab one if you'd like to see them.
But then you print on it.
And we print and then we put the paper in. Yep. And they're extremely expensive.
From the old world.
So,
We may move eventually to online.
sort of after the fact approval.
Yes, I'm sorry. I did not read the financial policies well enough. I thought that I could spend under a minimum or maximum from the fund without approval, and I was wrong. We already have those things in the vault, so I'm very much hoping you'll approve my expenditure for them, and that was a mea culpa. I will come back and ask you. I can return them, but they say Town of Norwich.
That's separate from the permission to apply for it, right?
Yes, it is.
Nothing in the time.
Is that next, or should I go sit down?
No, stay where you are. So, do we have a motion? Or do we have any questions? Okay. Motion?
Motion to authorize the expenditure of $1,625.50 from the record restoration designated fund number 45 for 3 additional land records books and paper and shelving.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Priscilla, thank you.
Yeah, did you do that?
No, it's okay.
All in favor?
Who was the
4.
second?
Priscilla.
But I think I took Pam's.
No, that's fine. I'm okay with that.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
So that's done. Keep the books. Next, the Preservation Assistance Grant for Small Institutions.
So this is a grant that doesn't require any effort from the town or monetary input from the town. It's free money, basically, through the National Endowment for the Humanities. It's up to $10,000, and I would be using the grant to ask for a preservation needs assessment for the vault. Basically, going through the vault, someone professional will come in and go through the vault and let me know the priorities for what needs to be conserved. As you know, it's an expensive process, and it's helpful to know where we should put our conservation money. Back in 2012, there was an initial estimate that it would cost over $500,000 to preserve what we have in the vaults. And it has not even been minutely chipped away at since then. So this will help me just get my ducks in order and know what needs to next be preserved.
That's sensible.
From my experience, when I saw NEH, I thought, they fund academic endeavors. So I looked it up. And in fact, the city of Boston appears to have received a grant in 2015. And so I sort of figure they qualify as a smaller institution. Norwich certainly.
We definitely qualify as a smaller institution.
So, would someone like to make, and I'll just say that I sort of tweaked this because bids and grants are overseen by the town manager's office. Therefore, I put in that tweaky language.
You work with the town manager part?
Yeah.
I've already spoken with Miranda about how to apply and the logins we need, so.
I'm just trying to make better motions so that people can look back and say what was intended. Okay. Do we have a motion?
I move to authorize the town clerk to work with the town manager to apply for a preservation assistance grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities up to the amount of $10,000 and to issue bids to preservation and conservation firms to get estimates for the survey of the town of Norwich vault contents.
Do we have a second?
Okay.
Priscilla, thank you very much. And all in favor? 4 unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I wrote a note on mine. Lily says, "You go, girl. Yay, Lily."
Good luck with that.
Thank you.
All right, next up and appearing on a screen near you, it is the fire department request to spend monies for apparatus fund number 6. I see Chief Northern here. Who would like to start, Brennan or the chief?
I see Matt's spot here as well, but I think the chief probably should kick this off.
Chief,
You're muted, chief.
we need to hear you.
Of course. Hello again, everybody. Good evening. As was last time, I don't know how much to add to what I've written. It's pretty concise. The engine, our new engine, will be delivered soon, and in the process of fulfilling the contract, there were items purchased that were outside of the contract that need to be paid for. So that's why we are asking for the comparative paltry sum of $1,547 to fulfill our obligation to that contract.
Thank you. We can either have a motion or if anybody has questions first. No questions? Okay. Then the only question I have is I really would love to know how to say the name of the company. Is it Dingy or Dingy?
Dingy.
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 Machine.
Okay.
Thank you. May we have a motion?
I move to authorize the expenditure of $1,547 from the fire apparatus designated fund number 6 to purchase required modification items, which were not previously included in the select board's approval of the new fire engine expense in May 2021.
Do we have a second? Second by Priscilla. All in favor? Or unanimous? Thank you very much. Thank you for
Thank
coming
you.
tonight, all of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Next, we have number 6, Police Department request to spend monies for equipment from fund number 21. Chief
And
Romeo?
I will take this one because I don't think the chief is with us this evening. So this is also, I think, fairly straightforward. We have a request to expend about a little under $2,000 here from the Police Special Equipment Fund, and these are to purchase state mandated soft restraints. That's hard to say. Those are again a requirement that the state has imposed, but it's not funded. So that's all I can add to that.
Sounds reasonable. Any concerns, questions? Okay, can we have a motion?
I move to authorize the expenditure of $1,996.45 from the Police Special Equipment Fund number 21 to purchase state mandated soft restraint equipment for the transportation of persons in mental health crisis pursuant to 18 VSA section 7511D as effective July 1st, 2023.
Do we have a second? Priscilla, thank you. All in favor? 4 unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay. Next, we have the Hemlock Road update and possible decisions. Brennan?
All right, well, I'll start with the update, which was a good one. We completed the geotechnical analysis on Hemlock Road about 2 weeks ago, and the analysis concluded that that slope is, while not, there's still a problem there, but they were willing to allow us to partially reopen that road, which occurred on Friday morning, I believe. Notification went out to the property owners there Thursday that that was going to occur. We got a number of thankful responses to that, saying we're thrilled to now be able to get back into those homesteads. So what we're being asked to do, and this was all kind of in the packet, so I won't go into the detail, but basically there's about a 300-foot section of that road, primarily along that compromised slope, where the engineering recommendation is to limit that to about a 10-foot wide, 1-lane road. And to do that effectively, and especially with what we know to be an area where a lot of vandalism has occurred here recently, or worse, we think the best solution there, as opposed to just temporary cones or barrels, would be to invest in some heavier Jersey barrier type structures that will basically be placed along that area, spaced out to allow snow to be removed kind of in between the gaps there. And that would basically be something that would allow us to reopen that road for the winter, be able to service it, and at some point after the final work has been done, which we still don't really have a full handle on yet. We haven't received the engineering recommendations, but basically I would assume this system will be in place, I would think, for maybe 6 months. It could be longer than that. It could be a year. So it'll be a fairly short-term, but permanent solution. And the best way, again, is in Chris Kaufman's estimation, is to invest the $9,040 in these Jersey barriers and get them delivered and deployed. And so that's what we're asking the select board to do today. There was some discussion about where we would find the funding to pay for these. I mean, the unanticipated expenses, Fund 50 has been where we've allocated some of the funding for Hemlock Road. In this case, I think the most realistic way to do this would be just to purposely overspend what is the other projects materials fund in the DPW budget. And so Chris has pointed out that will certainly overspend that by a fair amount. But I think these will be long-term assets that will stay with the DPW. So after we're done using them on Hemlock, they'll be removed, they'll be stored. We might need to use them for another event somewhere down the road. So I think it makes sense to expend them out of the DPW budget and then keep them in there as kind of assets of the department. So I think that's all I have to
Sounds
speak
good.
to.
Questions? Pam?
I'm looking at the invoice or the estimate from Weed Precast, and it talks about, the first one says dropped on site, $9,040 for 20 barriers. And then it says rental.
Yeah, so they provided 2 quotes because we asked them to see what the difference would be between a purchase and a rental. Surprisingly, it's cheaper to purchase them.
Yeah.
So that's what we're recommending.
So don't look at the total.
The total of 25.
So we're not doing the bottom part.
No.
We're just doing the purchase of 9,000.
Yes.
And you don't think that there's another line item that we wouldn't overspend that would be more appropriate?
We did look through the DPW budget, and that was the most appropriate. Yeah, they don't have $9,000
Would we be
covered.
Would we be taking money out of the bridge fund inappropriately if we expensed it there, Fund 41?
I think we probably would. Because
It's not a bridge.
It's not a bridge. Bridges, culverts,
It's neither one of those. Culvert's gonna get its own fancy.
buildings and grounds. What do we have in buildings and grounds?
It's not Wellington Crown.
33,804.
As we were, learned tonight, a budget is an estimation and
Right.
you just can't predict these kinds of things.
I understand. I just don't like to see us overspending if there are other places where we could pull the money.
So Priscilla.
I just wanted to comment that I thought this was a really well put together summary and in the pros and the cons and what he wanted to do. And also remembering that there are people in town who might be saying, no, well, why do we need to hire a geotechnical somebody? Because obviously we could see that the road looked passable. But I'm remembering at least 2 town residents who are civil engineers said you really need to have a geotechnical person outfit come in. I'm really pleased that that was the decision that was made because we have to take care for the health and safety of the town. And so I'm just pleased the way this thing is working out so far. I wanted to say thank you to you and Chris.
I'll pass that on to Mr. Kaufman. Thank you.
And I have a question that's sort of pedantic, but when I'm looking at this little curvature and I'm imagining having lived in England and you go down those little narrow, somebody's going to have to be backing up potentially?
Yeah, there is kind of a priority given. I can't remember if it's the westbound or eastbound lane, but there will be signage that says if the 2 vehicles meet at the same time, the one going one direction will have priority. So with the limited amount of traffic there, we're hoping that's not a common occurrence.
Okay. All right. Well, do we have a motion? Oh, please come up.
Lee Tryman, 236 Main Street. This is a curiosity question, and I'm sorry to delay things, but the weight of the Jersey barriers is not so much that it's going to make the slope further up.
Short answer, no.
It's a good question. It's a good question.
They did not think that driving pylons in to put a guardrail up would be a good idea, but the Jersey barriers, I think, will be fine.
But they're heavy enough so they can't be trucked away.
They can't be pushed over easily or.
And they're going to be spaced 15 feet, so it's not like there's a lot of weight in one place.
Yep, there's a gap for snow.
All right. Are we ready for a motion?
Sure. I move to authorize the expenditure of $9,040 from account number 01-5-703215.00. Other projects to purchase up to 20 Jersey-style concrete barriers from Weed Precast to create a single-lane traffic channel on Hemlock Road, to provide a temporary method of access to properties pending future permanent repair work.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Priscilla. All in favor? 4 unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, we are now at this item 8, which is an update on collective bargaining union negotiations, which requires an executive session. Do we have a first motion?
I move to find that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the public body or person involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 VSA section 313A1.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Yeah.
Priscilla, thank you. All in favor? Unanimous, 4 of us. Do we have a second motion?
I have a question about it.
Oh, yeah.
Should we invite the town manager as part of that?
Oh, I thought I put it in there, but yes, we should.
Okay. I move to enter executive session under 1 VSA section 313A1B to discuss labor relations agreements with employees and to invite the town manager.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Oops. Yeah, sorry.
Second by Priscilla. All in favor? 4 unanimous. Thank you very much. At 8:37, we are in executive session. We will return.
Recording stopped. Recording has stopped.
That comes in loud and clear.
Yes.
We thought we might have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have like.
We have to come out of executive session.
Recording in progress.
Being recorded.
We are live. May I have a motion?
I move to enter public session.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Pam. All in favor?
Yeah.
Or unanimous. We are in public session at 9:32 PM, and I would now like to propose a 10-minute break. Sorry, everybody, but they need a break. We're having a break. All right.
Are you allowed to ask any questions during the break?
We can chat.
We're happy to chat with you. Can you turn off the,
Are we on a break?
we're on a break.
Okay.
So
Recording
The
stopped.
recording has stopped.
be back
Recording in progress.
Are we back?
We're back, yep.
Are we recording? Okay, so we are actually back, and we are now actually have one comment that was missed, a public comment. So would you like to come to the table?
My name is Wayne Neffen. I live in Norwich. And this is trivial in the grand scheme of things, but at one point is important to me. And I'd like to suggest a correction to the minutes that was in the packet. Respectfully and not critically, I'd like to suggest a correction to the minutes. The minutes read, quote, Wayne Niffen noted with interest that the ratings of town priorities by select board members was not unanimous. This is not what I said, and it's not what I implied. I made 3 points. First, I applauded Chairwoman Callaway's request that each select board member put in writing what they felt were the most important town priorities, including what they felt were non-negotiable items. Second, I commented that I felt the responses were insightful and helpful for understanding town issues. And finally, I noted that the packet did not include a response from every board member. I think I went on to suggest that this missing information was important and should be provided. I wrote this out to be concise. It's less than a minute. And I don't know if introducing this somehow into the record is doable, but I would like to do it if it is appropriate.
Okay, I would say that that particular sentence doesn't capture anything about what you said.
Exactly.
So if you want to give that to us.
I can.
I can take that and give that as part of the corrections that I send to.
Wayne, I had made notes like that in my minutes. We hadn't gotten to the minutes part yet of the agenda.
Well, I didn't know when to type up, but Marcia.
Okay, I can send that to,
Give me an opportunity.
Ralph. Thank you for doing that. Okay, so that brings us to the minutes.
No, we were going to talk about the listers?
that's
8.1. I'm very sorry.
We're on 8.
I only put that in red.
Oh, you're right. You're right, 8.1.
I mean,
isn't it?
So
You're right.
we are now at 8.1, the listers request to hire an identified person for a newly created position. This was added by amendment to the agenda tonight. So Brennan, do you want to proceed or do you want Cheryl?
Yeah, why don't I start and then I'll turn it over to Cheryl. So the reason this is kind of coming to the select board is at least the draft of the contract that was shown to me via email yesterday looked like it was a little ambiguous as to the total amounts, and it looked like it could potentially reach a threshold of $10,000, and that would require the select board to review and approve, at which point I guess they would authorize me as the town manager to sign the contract. So that's kind of the logistical piece of what we're doing, talking about this tonight. And then obviously the timeliness of when the listers would like to have this new contracted employee start their work there is the critical piece of doing it tonight. So I think that's all I really have. I think I understand the position of the lister's office, which is that they feel they need to have some additional manpower, woman power to kind of keep up with the flow of the office. I think that's what I understand. So maybe Cheryl can illuminate on that.
Do we have a contract to look at?
I do not. No, I just had the draft that I did forward, I think, to.
Did that
not make it?
See it.
I know Mary,
What you did was you copied us on your response, but not forward the attachments.
Mary had asked for that specifically, and I forwarded the original. So my apologies. So no, I don't have any document to share, and I don't know if Cheryl has revised that.
Is she still on?
She is. Yeah.
Okay.
So why don't we turn it over to maybe to Cheryl as the chairperson and the other employee of the Lister's office right now is the administrative clerk.
Okay, Cheryl?
Hey, thank you. So the position isn't looked at by the listers for our office as a new position. What I had explained in an email is that with the resignation that we received from Spencer Potter, the listers discussed how the office operations could work. And as we go through, you know, a reappraisal, which is upon us, and the support we would need to keep the office running properly, efficiently, professionally, and all that we can do, we decided that if we had support for the two tasks that he was helpful with, which was the PTTRs, which are property transfer tax returns, and current use, that that would be beneficial to our office. And we don't really need what somebody would say is a professional assessor, because we have a townwide reappraisal currently underway, and we have the expertise of a group of professionals in the event we need anything from a professional level. But they're doing all the reappraisals, all the reassessments. So what we're really needing is someone with the expertise to do these couple of areas that I'm not comfortable with, and feel like the others have just come back as listers. They felt this would be beneficial to the office, and they could learn from this person. So, reaching out to our peer group in the state of Vermont, we approached our peer group, and they suggested putting out a post to the listserv that we have to ask for anybody that might have some hours that they could offer to help us in our office. And so we did that. And so we're really taking a piece of what Spencer did. And I, as clerk, am taking on the simpler piece, which is just to enter data into the Assess Pro CAMA software. And so this woman is 24 years a lister. She's the chair of her board of listers, and she's a very knowledgeable, talented person. So we would be using her for the couple of ways in which the previous person was there in the office did the work. The contract is very simple. It can be tweaked. There's no harm to that if that is important. The anticipated time for the contract, maybe it's not stated there, but was to the end of this fiscal year, June 30th, if we needed someone that long. And if you take her weekly hours times her rate times the 33 weeks left, we're talking about under $6,000 for the expense to have her at the office, which is way below any of the thresholds in the policy. And it's a professional service that we're taking on, so that doesn't fall under, we didn't feel it fell under 2.4.E, and we felt it was under the professional services area of the policies, and we were in compliance with that.
So a lister is an elected position. It's not a professional service that I'm aware of. Whereas an assessor, I thought, was a little bit different function that had a function that was also involved, and I'm clunky about this, but with appeals, tax appeals and that sort of thing. So there's a bigger role for the assessor, I thought, than what KTR is doing, which is a limited look at the reappraisal that's required because of our CLA being out of balance.
The KRT is doing a complete townwide reappraisal. They will be assessing all properties throughout the town for the April 1st grand list. So there will not be any assessment needed by this individual who is coming in to help with the processing of PTTRs and the current use assistance that we would be looking for. There are no needs for anything because KRT is going to be at every property in town for the reappraisal and doing the assessment work.
So when I looked at that contract, there's no end, there's no termination date. And so it looks like a new position that looks like it wasn't advertised and it wasn't approved previously by the board. I think that historically, the board has had to approve because any hires in the lister's office, because it's not statutorily allowed like it is in the town clerk's office. So the town clerk has by statute requirement to hire an assistant. And so that doesn't go through us except for the funding. So this is different. We understand that you've hired yourself to be a clerk, and this looks like a new open-ended position.
It isn't meant to be, Marcia, so that can be changed in the contract, because after the reappraisal, and when we get into budgeting, and the listers haven't been invited to do our budget with anybody yet, we would have shared the fact that this was our plan and that in the FY25 budget year, we would be going back to wanting to hire a contracted assessor to help the listers in the office, because that's what works well. So that this contract can be stated to end by June 30th. And it's at such a reduced rate and amount of dollars that we would be spending, it would be, turning back money to the budget from our department. So it's not creating a new job, it's filling part of the duties that we had already being filled by the previous person. It's just.
So we budgeted, I think, something on the order of 27,000 for the
assessing clerk, yes.
assessing clerk.
It's really not.
But there's 36,000 for the contract assessor.
Right, there's two different line items. So I'm not sure, Cheryl, I think I'd asked the question in an email. Were you anticipating that whatever this amount would be, 6,000 plus or minus, would be out of the assessing clerk line item?
No, it would be from the same line item that we had utilized the prior person. Spencer Potter would be the same line item. It's a contracted service.
It's professional assessor services is the line item.
Correct.
I guess that's where I was confused, because this is not the assessor.
And she's not a professional assessor.
Yeah.
We're not looking, well, it would be a contracted arrangement with a very talented and long-time professional individual who has served her town for 24 years as a lister. And I think she's very qualified. We've talked to 3 people. I think you would find that her skills are very professional, and she's a very, very nice person. We would be lucky to have her services to help us once a week.
So if we don't approve this contract, what's plan B?
Well, it didn't seem to me that the select board was needing to approve the contract. It doesn't, in the master financial policy, the hiring of somebody to replace Spencer's departure falls under that line item, and it's a contract that can be signed by the town manager because it falls underneath all those thresholds that would just be, under the authority of the town manager.
Does it fit into the category of lister clerk, the duties?
No.
No, and it doesn't actually fit into the category of a contract assessor.
The problem is that it's so difficult to find a contract assessor right now because of all of the townwide reappraisals that are being done. So this is an interim arrangement, as I understand it, to get through the work that needs to be done that the listers don't feel that they have the qualifications to do. So they've found someone who is qualified to do a limited portion of those things that was being done by the previous contractor, and at a great savings. So I don't have a problem with doing this as an interim arrangement. And as Cheryl said, she could put an end date of June 30 on it. So it's just enough to get us through this fiscal year,
June 30?
June 30 of 2024, the end of the fiscal year.
So doesn't this woman have a full-time job somewhere else?
That's not relevant.
Well, I'm just wondering how,
She's agreed to come 1 day a week from 8:30 to 2, I think it said, on Wednesdays. And, if she's made that commitment, her other commitments are none of our business.
I just want to make sure that we are covered. So,
She's making that commitment. She's ready to sign a contract.
and why, our assessor resigned?
He did.
Priscilla, do you have any questions?
I think they're very shorthanded in the Lister's office. With Spencer's resignation, and they have had, I believe, in the budget, but certainly in the past, they've had a clerk to just kind of keep, people are supposed to be able to show up or call up and have somebody there. And so we now have 3 elected listers who have varying amounts of time they have available to do the job. And Cheryl has taken on the burden of everything, pretty much. And she's needing some help.
I think of this just like any other department of the town. When you're short-staffed, you go out and find a way to keep that department working. And the goal, obviously, for us is that grand list that's got to be ready. And this is a function that this town needs. And, the support for us to get this done so that we have the grand list to set a tax rate and get through all the necessary work of the grand list that's underway right now.
Cheryl, could you explain what a PTTR is and what has to be done, which is why you need someone with a certain skill set?
Yeah, I guess, the PTTRs are the property transfer tax returns that are filed by every attorney on a purchase and sale agreement, and for other reasons that are life estate deeds or people changing, divorces, whatever creates a property transfer tax return. And it might be somebody putting their property into a revocable trust or something like that. But you have to read the deeds. And I've never taken a class on reading deeds. So as the clerk of the office, I did not feel competent to do that until I've been trained. And so with somebody else's abilities that's been doing it for 24 years and knows how to read the deeds, and then the current use piece is always ongoing. There's a never an end on the current use and understanding the aspects of current use. We're doing more of that ourselves, but some hand on that would be appreciated.
And with current use, you're talking about current use withdrawals and people putting land in current use.
Right.
So,
Right. So it's just an ongoing, when a sale occurs and somebody's got land in current use, the new owner has to apply and, carry on. If they don't, there's the withdrawal. There's assessing of land that gets pulled out of current use. Some of that's come to the BCA, so some of the select board members should be familiar with that.
I'm wondering, I've been doing a lot of reading about listers, more than I'd like to do, but I've looked at the Vermont Department of Taxes, what a lister does. And I'm just wondering if it says here that the lister's records must be available during posted hours for public review and access. So, and that scheduling is supposed to include the lister's availability. So if we're struggling, I'm thinking that might help by limiting hours. And I'm just wondering, we do have one lister who is a trained attorney. Is he not able to do the deed assessment?
Gee, I imagine Ernie, you're speaking of Ernie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I shouldn't speak on his behalf. I would imagine he can. But if he's going to be working to earn a living most days of the week, I don't know how much time he can commit to coming in and doing that work over the next 8 months literally for free.
And does that represent, what percentage of the work that you're talking about does that piece represent?
Well, I can tell you that the first thing we need to do is to go through the PTTRs that were in the office up to when Spencer left, because I believe there's a few that he never got to for some complicated reasons. And then there's got to be at least 30 PTTRs that need to be processed that have come in since he left. The sales have gone down, but again, not all PTTRs are a result of a sale. So they could be for some other reason that needs to be, someone needs to read what's behind it.
Mary, I'm wondering, it sounds like there's work that needs to be done. Would it be reasonable to set up this contract with a termination date, which is the end of fiscal year, and just put it under the 10,000, like up to 10,000 or up to $6,000, and to take it out of the professional services line, the general professional service. I mean, that's a way to do it, if anybody, I think.
Not sure.
I mean, there's work to be done, right? There's work that has to be done. You can try to get Ernie to do it, because he probably would have the legal background to do it. The question is, does he have the time?
And is that really his responsibility as a lister under the stipend that he's paid, or would we feel that we needed to pay him like we would pay this individual?
Right. I just think there's a way to do
But
this.
he didn't throw his hat in the ring when this was put out there, because he probably doesn't have the time.
Right.
And, 3 people applied, and this is the person that was chosen based on the qualifications. And having spent 4 years in that office, I understand why this is being requested. And if this board feels like they want to have a voice in what happens on this, I'd be happy to make a motion.
I'm concerned about, just want to have the parameters of it defined so that it's reasonable.
Right.
Right? Like the expiration date, I think Brennan had noted that. And I think Marsha did too. Up to, Cheryl mentioned, it was probably going to be around the $6,000 mark. So that's good. Right. But just to define it a little bit, and then the fund that it comes out, because we're trying to be careful about what fund we fund it from. So professional services. So it seems to me with those 3 components, this would be fine. And, but I would want the contract written that way.
Well, we could.
It's a very simple.
Pass a motion that put those parameters on the contract, and the contract would have to be amended to include them.
I want to see the contract first before I approve it. All right, but if it's $6,000 contract, then our town manager can look it over.
That's what the financial policies indicate, that the town manager can sign. And if Brennan had thought differently, and maybe we had chatted more, I was out of town over the last 24 hours, we could have.
I think my confusion was what the actual amount was, and thinking that if it was over $10,000, then it did in fact need to be a select board approval. So if you're now saying you've done the math, I think you seem like you're talking, Cheryl, and I can't hear you.
I think she's waiting for you.
No, she's
not meant to be.
It seems like she's talking.
For
we
beyond.
keep losing Cheryl, we've lost half of what you were saying. I don't know why, but the sound went away.
It's an audio problem.
I don't think there's a problem.
Is she trying to talk right now?
Talking right now.
You guys, do you have any idea? Is it our side or her side?
I think that's her side.
Okay.
Cheryl, if you're talking, nobody can hear a thing.
She's not like this. She doesn't know why. Or not a sign language.
Muted?
Now put
It's
it,
not showing as being muted on
No,
the
she's not.
Zoom.
Did you hit your volume button?
Did she mute herself by accident? No?
Would someone else on Zoom land mind saying a couple words?
It's a good idea.
Lily Trayman, are you still there?
Earth to Lily.
Yeah, she's the only other person on.
Lily went upstairs. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. You've
Thank
done the
you.
job.
That was just a test of our audio, but it sounds like it is.
That was over, huh?
yeah.
Thank you.
So you cannot hear me?
Louder can.
Oh, phew.
Sorry, we
Talk about
lost
something. Now you're back.
So anyway, I'm happy to get, as I was saying, Amanda's not looking to do this forever. She was looking to help us out. That was the request the listers were making to fellow towns, and she had the willingness to help us. And so she's not looking at this as a long-term arrangement. She understood that, and we can make, like I was saying, I think you didn't hear me. If we don't have work some weeks, she's not going to come. It's just a matter of helping us keep the work going and coming when necessary. And if she comes and we only have 3 hours of work, she can come and go.
But I think we do need to get back to, my understanding is that prior to Herb Derby, the select board was always involved in hiring decisions, if any were hired. And the payroll now doesn't come through Brennan. So I think that we should.
Oh, that's interesting.
Right, so the payroll, the payroll for what Cheryl's getting paid for her clerk position doesn't come through Brennan. And this will be some sort of paycheck. And that
It's
should
it's a payable. It's accounts payable. It's a contract. It's account. She's not going to be an employee.
It's like paying a technician to tune up your oil burner. That's not an employee.
We didn't put Spencer through payroll. He submitted an invoice and we paid the invoice. And this.
So we'll see that somewhere.
You see it on your accounts payable warrant.
Okay, so we're seeing what Cheryl gets paid?
No, she's on payroll.
She's on payroll, but that doesn't get approved by Brennan.
You signed the form.
But
Yeah,
weekly.
there's no oversight from the town manager on the lister's office.
But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a contract for
Professional services.
professional services.
Well, I'm having a problem because to me, it doesn't fit professional services. It's a lister, which is normally
It's not a lister.
May I? It's normally an elected position, and this person seems to have some skill set that can mimic an assessor. And so we're not looking for an assessor, which bothers me. I think we need to find another assessor. So I want to know that we're searching for one and how that search would be prosecuted so that, we're making sure we're crossing all the Ts here.
So to Marcia, if I may, if you were able to get all of the email thread, when I first responded to Brennan, I explained that this was a temporary arrangement to get us through because we have the professional services for assessments going on right now with KRT appraisal and the townwide reappraisal. But in the FY25 budget discussions that we haven't had with anybody yet, we are planning to have an assessor back in the office.
Okay, and are you sure that you need this person through June, or why wouldn't you start searching for an assessor to fill the position that you already have, especially since apparently you're not intending to use that line item that we've budgeted, that money, since he's left?
We would be using that line item for the person that we're discussing right now and the finishing up there of the fiscal year.
So then we don't have to put it through professional services.
But it doesn't fit. Like you already said that, Marcia,
Yeah.
the professional contract assessor is not describing what this person would be doing.
Right.
I think it makes more sense to just take it from general professional services, like, you know, consultant, you might have a consultant, legal services, I think have come under that.
Well, you have to look at the line items that are in the lister's budget, and we have a professional assessor services. We don't have any other professional services in the lister's budget. So.
Cheryl, when I'm looking at the most recent, I believe it's the most recent printout here. So the office assistant wage budgeted at $27,000, which is your salary right now. It's only been spent to about $2,000.
Sure.
I
don't have it in front of me, but I'll take your word. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just suggesting if it doesn't fit, if this new position doesn't fit into professional services and we have another $25,000 to go over the next 7 months, could we pull the wage for this new person out of that line as opposed to professional services? Or do you see yourself working more, kind of using up that funding on your own?
So I do not anticipate using all those dollars. I also do not consider this person wages. This person is a contracted service. If you want to just open up a new line item in the lister's department called contracted services, and we spend the money there, it'll be offset by the extra that's left over in the other 2 line items. It would have a 0 budget, but it would have an actual. If people are wrapped up in the terminology of the line item, I mean, we could remove the word professional and just put contracted services on that line item where Spencer was being paid. It's just a word. But if people are more comfortable with contracted services as a new account number with no budget, the dollars offsetting will be from the wages of the clerk and the unused other line item. There'll be plenty of money left over.
Well, I understand the word. I also am trying to be true to, you know, what we budgeted for and get things done correctly as you always want to do.
I agree. That's why I wouldn't have contracted services under wages in any of the departments if I was doing the books. There would be a separate line item for contracted services.
Well, I'd certainly feel it was more, in terms of looking like a duck or a goose, to me, it looks more like, you know, a wage, because somebody's coming here hourly to do a limited amount of work up to a certain dollar amount.
That's what Spencer did.
Right. But
that's what anybody else has done. That's what, you know, that's what you're just not paying the person, you're going to pay the person's business. So we paid Spencer's business. We pay, what's the names of the other places, you know, that we pay for our planning and zoning contract and, you know.
Yeah. So if this is under the bailiwick of the town manager, is this something that we need to debate, and are we just going to turn it?
If we're now confirmed that this is under $10,000, which I think Cheryl has assured us it is, then no, that was the reason for bringing this to the board, was I did not know that.
Okay, so you feel comfortable that you can work out something with Cheryl and take care of this?
I think at this point,
needs of the lister's office.
I think at this point, what I'm hearing, and I agree with, is we can put a deadline of this contract will expire on 6/30/2024.
And there is a 30-day out clause, so it could end sooner.
There is actually, what I'm seeing here, yes, you're right, 30-day notice termination. We could put a not to exceed number of whatever, $6,000 or whatever Cheryl thinks is the reasonable number there based on the number of weeks left. And then, yeah, I guess the question of where do we pull the money from? We either pull it out of the professional services line as it stands, or is the board interested in having us create a new account number that would just be lister services contracted, something like that?
I'm comfortable with the professional services line myself.
Yeah, I would do that as well.
just leave it where it is.
I'd defer to the finance director to see what she would recommend.
Okay. Okay, well, with all that said, then I don't think the board at this point has to take an action because it would fall to the town manager and the lister's office to complete this. So Cheryl, you said this woman is starting her work tomorrow though, is that correct?
She was going to come tomorrow because I'm out of town the following week and I wanted to introduce her to, the situation and to get her set up on some of the things that, she can be looking at doing while I'm gone next week. And then one of the other listers can stop in and work with her too.
Well, I'm just wondering how do we get a contract that we haven't created here signed before she's starting her work.
Well,
she'll do an I-9 and all that.
I don't think in this professional service capacity, she would have to do anything for her employee.
She does not need to do an I-9. She needs to do a W-9 and she needs to give us liability insurance, which she's getting pulled together for us. She'll get a 1099 at the end of the year.
Sounds like tomorrow might be more orientation or continuation of interview, right? Like saying.
Well, she can help iron out the contract with us too, Brennan. That would be perfect, really.
All right, well, why don't we we'll say that we will communicate at some point tomorrow to confirm the contract.
Yeah, and I have to sign eventually the warrant that you approve. I got to sign those checks for tomorrow as well, so I'll be in the office. I'll be in Tracy Hall.
You all set, Brennan?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you all, appreciate it.
Welcome.
Thanks, Cheryl.
All right, that brings us to the approval of the minutes. We start off with a motion to approve the minutes.
I move to approve the minutes for October 25th, 2023.
Great. And do we have a second? Second by Priscilla. Now, discussion. We have at least, I think, one proposal for an amendment to the minutes.
From Wayne.
From Wayne.
Yeah.
And we had one from Lily asking for a clarification on what she said to the board. And that was included in our packet.
It's in correspondence, isn't it?
It's in correspondence, yeah. And
again, I think we need to be careful that we're correcting minutes that are incorrect, but we're not becoming a transcript.
right, but what Lily proposed, as I recall, and I'm struggling to find it in my stuff, was that what she conveyed to the board was not what was in the minutes, and I thought that it was important to correct that because it was substantially different. I can't seem to put my hands on it. I don't know if I printed that page or not.
I have it in here. I just have to get to it.
I don't see anything in last.
Oh, you know
minutes.
what?
It was in the amended packet that went out.
I thought it was in our packet. I know she sent an email. Maybe it was a separate email.
I think it was an email.
Anyway, I thought her corrections were pretty technical and legitimate. Let me see if I can find it.
It's not from Bonnie Monday, is it?
No, it's from Lily.
It was under the request to expend records restoration fund.
You think it was at the end of that?
No, I think it was separate, and I think I'm remembering an email.
Oh, I know why I'm not finding it, because she sends it to my personal email, not my select board email.
Anybody?
I could make a different correction. We need to change Ralph's template so we cross out interim in front of town manager.
Yeah, I circled that. We should change that. And then, like I said, Lily, if you read what's here at the top of page 3, I think it is, the 4. She says that what's here, Lily joined through Zoom to explain the town clerk's request for funding to offset the cost of services to digitally archive old marriage documents. Answering Callaway, she said, well, the state covers costs for births and deaths, they do not for marriage. And her explanation was similar to this, but it was much more technical. And I'm not finding it.
Not in the packet that I've got.
No, it's not in the packet. It was a separate email.
I've got an email from her about the alcohol ordinance needing an update.
Yeah, but that was after that.
Do we want to just table this for the moment?
Table, approve the
Approval
minutes
of the
until we
minutes.
figure this out.
Yeah.
Here it is, November 3rd, amendment to minutes. I want to request an amendment to the minutes. This is factually incorrect in several aspects and should read, Lily Trauman joined through Zoom to explain the town clerk's request for funding to pay for conservation of marriage certificates and associated documents dating from 1947 to 1994 and contained in 8 marriage books. Answering Callaway, she said, well, the state maintains a central online system for recording births and deaths. Marriage certificates continue to be paper documents, and the originals are in the care of the town clerk's office.
Right.
So if we are okay with that wording, I would be happy to submit that for the correction.
Really what I remember that she said, but if she thinks that's correct.
It's what I would
recall. Okay. So we have 2 proposals for amending the minutes. Mary, are you willing to amend your motion?
Yes, I'm willing to amend it to incorporate both changes.
And to change interim town manager to
Three
town
changes.
And
manager.
to change the template to include town manager.
Okay. And Priscilla, are you okay with that?
Yes.
That's the motion I should get to Ralph.
Right. And so that would be the Wayne and the Lily Trayman.
Well, I'll make the corrections, but so it's just the minutes as amended.
Right.
Motion.
Okay. But we gotta get Ralph on the case with.
Oh, just changing the template. Yeah. I can send him that email as well.
Okay.
All right. All in favor? 4 unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay. Now for correspondence, I'll just briefly go over it. Doug Wilberding submitted a 48-page final report for the city of Montpelier's net zero energy plan. In general, I believe that we ask that documents of significant length be submitted with a link. I would ask folks to offer instead no more than a 1-page summary of information that they want to share with a link for people to access the document. I would ask the town manager's office to include that summary or the links to reduce the volume in packet materials and to help people remember that.
Just to add to that, so the other thought, we were talking about that earlier this afternoon. The other thing we could do would be to limit correspondence to that authored by the submitter at some point. And then anything else would just have to be a reference to a link. So I don't know, you could do it either way. They could summarize it in a page, but you could also say, if you didn't write this, you could just submit where you would find the information, and that would cut down on the amount of paper too.
It's sort of the same thing because
The way you had suggested it is just allowing them to summarize.
right. It's from the person.
Okay. So
Does
that's, do people agree with that?
Yeah, I do, because, I mean, I actually read the whole thing. But you know, and there was just that little thing saying submitted to correspondence by Doug Wilberding, and I'm like, okay, Doug, and it's interesting, and it sort of applies, but I'd like to know why you sent it to us now. I mean.
How does it apply to the town of Norwich?
I think wasn't it in a public comment at an earlier meeting? And
But it would have been helpful if you put a note or a note, that's all, because there was no purpose.
Anyway, I was going to suggest too that this would be something the Energy Committee and maybe even the IREC coordinator would be interested in getting a copy of. Pam Smith submitted an email about the John Gerard Fund. I would offer that a special fund would have to have been voted at an annual meeting, and unless someone finds such a vote happened, we'll have to defer to the evidence and practice found by the finance office. But we can all rest assured that the monies put into any designated fund are always voted by the select board before they are expended. Quoting the BLCT article on Reserve Funds 101, which I have lovely copies of if anybody wants. Once a reserve fund is established by the voters under 24 VSA 2804A, the select board can only spend money in it for the purposes for which the reserve fund was established.
if I may, I did some research and there were expenditures out of that account that were not put before the select board, and they weren't on an AP warrant that was in the packet. So
That we can fix.
yeah, that's been some just loose practices, for lack of a better term, that we need to tighten up.
And then as to pooling of monies, the master financial policy, page 20, paragraph 2, says that unless it's prohibited by law to maximize investment earnings and increase efficiencies with regard to things like administration, it's okay to do it. So until we have a rewrite of policy, we seem to be okay under our own policy of combining monies, as was apparently the original intent of this particular named gift. Pam Smith also submitted an email about how the finance office is recording wages for contracted services. As we have said, this is the purview of the finance office and the town manager, but will be reviewed by the auditors and corrected by the auditors, not by the select board or any of its members. But the town manager is collecting all those concerns and using them as appropriate. EC Fiber's annual report was submitted, God bless you, for the period ending September 30, 2023, which it looks like all good news and good work. So we thank EC Fiber for their excellent efforts to keep our area connected without additional tax burden. That's huge. Pam Smith submitted another email regarding the town website and concerns about not being able to find links for the select board agendas. That's something for the town manager's office to manage. And Pam, you can send all of those things just to the town manager, not to the rest of us. The Norwich community nurse submitted valuable information about a meeting tomorrow night, the 9th, at the Congregational Church regarding advanced directives and end-of-life choices. Priscilla Vincent submitted an email requesting the new finance director attend budget discussions. She did. Those are within the scope of the town manager's work, and so he said that she was going to come here. Priscilla Vincent submitted an email requesting all select board members share their budget priorities through the packet. There's nothing that the chair can offer about that request. We've asked. The Stuart Richards sent an email concerning the police and a list of Norwich's deficiencies. Again, we have to remind everyone that union negotiations control the contracts. This is not a deflection, just a reality. Do we have a motion to approve the correspondence?
I move to accept the correspondence.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
A second from Priscilla.
Oh, Pam.
Smith. Oh, Pam.
I waved, she spoke.
No.
Who's doing it?
Pam.
Pam Smith.
All right, and all in favor? Unanimous, 4 of us. Thank you. AP warrants. We have 2 warrants tonight, taking them in order. Let's have a motion first and then discuss them. Do we have a motion to approve AP warrant number 1070?
I move to approve AP warrant number 1070 in the amount of $1,800 for monies from account 11-5-500322 .00 for police cruiser decals.
We have a second? Priscilla, any discussion?
Yeah, I have a question. It looks like this is coming out of an operational budget account and not a reserve fund. Is that correct?
If that's what's on there, then,
I'm sorry, 11. It's Fund 11.
okay.
It starts with 11, so it is Fund 11.
So it is a reserve.
Question
Yeah,
answered.
it is a reserve. Sorry, I missed that.
Any other questions about this? Call the question, all in favor? Unanimous, thank you. And do we have a motion for warrant 1071?
I move to approve AP warrant number 1071 in the amount of $89,011.28 for expenses paid from the general fund. General expenses.
Yeah. Do we have a second? Second by Priscilla. Any discussion? Call the question, all in favor? Unanimous, thank you very much. Informational items from the town manager. Research?
Oh. It's been a long meeting. Yeah, so I did just want to let the board and other folks that are interested know. So Police Chief Romei is 4 months into his 6-month interim period, and we are going to be starting a active search. I'm going to encourage Chief Romei to apply for that, for the permanent position, but I think he would need to put his hat into the ring and go through the process. So we've actually been working on updating the current job description here over the last couple of days, hoping to get that out tomorrow. If not, it'll be early next week. And I guess I'm expecting we would have, roughly a month of solicitation time for folks to see that and respond, and then go through, again, kind of a normal hiring process. Although police chiefs, there's some intricacies and complexities of hiring that we would want to be knowledgeable about. So I guess, again, just for informational purposes, that's kind of where we are right now.
Good, thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yes, Pam.
If we cannot find someone and have them on board by the end of the chief's contract, are you in discussions with him about possibly staying on a little longer to make sure we don't have a gap in coverage? Or
That is certainly a possibility. Yeah.
okay,
Haven't had a discussion per se, but I think that is built into our existing contract, is that we could extend that if we both so chose.
okay, great.
Anything else? Anyone? Good. Reports will be submitted to the November 21st meeting. And then I think we have actually come to conclusion. We don't have any discussion items for this meeting. The future meeting dates were published on the agenda. Is everybody clear about that, or do they have any concerns?
I may not be able to stay beyond 8 o'clock on the 21st because I have people coming in from out of town,
Okay,
but I can make till 8 o'clock.
okay.
You always gonna want to go past 8 o'clock.
Right.
I mean, I
think we're all sort of in the same boat.
Yeah, we're just walking.
That's a regular meeting and you said, other business after 8 o'clock and,
That's too much.
Well, I mean, if something comes in that has to be done, then, some of us will be here to do it. Anything else about that?
Must have the calendar.
Thank you. Okay. All right. If there is no further business, I would accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a second? Second by Priscilla. All in favor?
Yeah.
Unanimous. We are adjourned at 10:37 PM.
Recording
Thank you,
stopped.
everyone.
The recording has stopped.